It's still not doing it. Okay, now it's doing it. It's so nice for you to function, YouTube. It sure would be nice, though. It says it's like, but I don't. I'm not. Okay. 1 second. This is gonna take like 1 more second, and then I will get back to doing this. Yeah. What the heck? There's like too much configuration right now. It's like way too much configuration for me to just like get online and like. I don't get why it's not working. Oh my god. It seems so simple. It's like youtube.com/stream. And you go there, and then it plays what you're streaming, and it says that you're, oh, look, I'm online. Like, wow. Oh, that's nice. I like it. It works like like it was supposed to in the first place. It was actually set to the wrong server, but then like I set it to the right server, and it still didn't fix anything. Sorry about that. I kind of would like to be able to go back through those and like just pick out like some like parts for like highlights and stuff, but I don't actually have enough like hard drive space, so. Alright, what am I doing here? Okay, so basically I need to finish doing the, close this up here and then open the Vivaldi. It's like this new browser. It's pretty cool, I guess. I like it. It's supposed to be like easier to use than Chrome, but it's like, I don't know. There's not really that much of a difference. It kind of is. Trying to like arrange some windows on this screen. There we go. That's what I wanted. Alright, so I'm like parsing these nodes, and then I've got this generate function, and I drew this like nice dependency graph, and then the next time I have like a large project like this, it's like one of the first things that I'm gonna do is just start out by like drawing the dependency graph. I'm trying to think about like how this is actually going to work when I have lots of stuff to parse. So I actually have to, like I was saying, like I've defined like the structure of the XML. I'm parsing the XML, but then in order to generate the objects, I still have to parse some data that is like dependent on like the structure of the metadata of the XML, which is kind of like more complicated than it would be to just create the objects. Where was that? I also kind of want to create like a library node. I might just go ahead and do that because That's not what I wanted to do. No, don't do that. There you go. Like window arrangement. I can't stand using the mouse and having to like drag things around. I really can't wait until the computer reads my mind and arranges the windows in a way that makes sense contextually, and I don't know why, like my ear hurts. It's really weird. It hurts for no reason. I'm like listening to video game music. I've been listening to video game music for like 4 days now, just 5 days. 6 days? Oh dear God. It's like pretty much the same stuff. It's like Final Fantasy and Chrono Cross. It's good music, but I'm gonna like switch it up for a second. Alright. Basically, just going to go to the Metal Library documentation page. So I can create like a new library with file or with data. I don't really know how to use this yet. I mean, obviously, you just like read the data from the file and pass it to the function. So you can like pass. You can compile the source code files as you need them, like after you've started running the running your application. But like, it's much better if you do that beforehand, because you can normally, unless you're using a lot of like metaprogramming. And just a side note, there's this like ridiculous algorithm using like genetic programming on like multiple sequence alignment. I'm getting ready to work on a problem in C that deals exactly with with this algorithm, and I've just been like checking out different algorithms, especially those using the GPU. Even though like I really need to look into the rules for the contest, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to use the GPU or not, and it's been kind of a bummer if I can't. But I have a really good idea for this algorithm, and I don't think anyone's done it yet. I don't know. This is kind of one of those things like where if you like improve this algorithm by like 100 times, you like cured like 10% of one cancer basically. You haven't quite cured a cancer yet, but like if you speed up this algorithm significantly, like by like 3 orders of magnitude, like basically like congratulations, you just cured a few cancers. But anyway, so this article is just like fantastic, and I'll if I can find the actual like PDF. Here it is. Oh, I'd already opened it. Anyway, the point is, what they do, if it'll ever download it, is, oh hey Cord, what's up? So what they do in this article is, I mean, it's like this is like computer science porn. Like, this is like the most craziest advanced stuff that I really know of. Like, it's ridiculous. This paper just came out like last year, I guess, like 2015 sometime. I think it was like mid 2015, and it uses genetic programming And instead of like just like programming on like features based on like the parameters to the algorithm, it actually like takes the shader file and like amalgamates the lines of code in the shader file and use like genetically programs like on the configuration that's passed to the shader and the lines of code in like the kernel shader function. So it's like doing genetic programming on the GPU shader. To me, that is just like one of like the most like ridiculous advanced like techniques that I've ever really heard of. Like, holy shit! I can't, I can't believe they did that, and they achieved like some pretty good results with it actually. And it's kind of interesting because they mentioned that like, and they probably tried this and didn't get it to work. But they were like, oh yeah, like, let's see, blah 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 blah. Let me search for AST. They basically say like, oh yeah, we tried to get this to work with like by like optimizing on the abstract syntax tree that the GPU shader works, or the CUDA compiler works with. But apparently, like that already optimizes code fairly significantly, and there's some like problems that occur when you try to optimize the AST of like shader files. I'll probably never do that. To me, this is just, it's ridiculous. It's based on the Barracuda algorithm. And so I got to kind of like look into this. And what's cool about like the Spectre framework that I'm working on is that it lets you like basically, you can also add like compute functions very easily. I mean, so that doesn't really include the shader file, but like the metadata container. And I don't think I actually need to initialize the metal here because I'm not actually going to use that, so I'm not going to do that. And I guess I could do that on the yeah. That would make a lot more sense if I did that on the actual. The metadata container is going to it's some metadata that's parsed from an XSD file. And when it's parsing the nodes, it doesn't really rely on the devices or the libraries at all. It only relies on that. It only relies on that stuff when it generates the metal objects from the nodes. I really wish I had gotten started a long time ago. Oh, someone like, see, the guy that synthesized or the first guy to finish reading the human genome, today announced results where they created a synthetic form of life, and I think they finished it, and it has like 450 genes or something like that. I don't think it's like the most like primordial version of life, but like it's probably like the most primordial version of like single-celled life. I really kind of like envision like the more like primordial versions of life as being like kind of like amorphous and like probably like giant, to where it's just like pretty much like complete chaos and then it would like gradually and form like some kind of like cellular life or whatever. Anyway, so like I tweeted to the guy because he's like pretty famous in the genetic scene. I tweeted about like this like probabilistic programming model that I have. It's like a probabilistic programming based like model of like genetics, and it's different than like actual like there's like probabilistic programming languages, and it's different than that. Okay, so I already have. There's a problem there. Oh, oh. Alright, so like I've initialized a metal parser, or like a parser with a device and a library, and I want to create like a library node. I just ran the test passed so far. I want to add some stuff. So I got off on a tangent there, but that's fun. So, um, all right. And it actually is like really useful to be able to create or to package up various libraries. Um, and so it looks like I can create a library with a file. This is like a file, like a binary that has been compiled. So I'd have to provide it like a full path to a metal file. One problem that I ran into was like when you auto compile the shaders, like, and you try to package that up with the library and then like refer to that framework from another iOS project. It really doesn't like that. Like it tries to like compile the metal symbols like twice or something. I ran into it a couple months ago and I did not have fun with it, and I tried to like work on it for like a couple hours and I didn't really make very much progress. Now I think I could like figure it out, and I'm gonna need to do that actually with the with some of the kernel shaders I'm gonna be writing. It would be nice to be able to create a, well, you know what, I don't actually need to do this right now. I'm just gonna like add a to-do item for that because I really don't need to do that right now. And right now I'm having like problems loading Spectra into another project, which that's kind of a pain. And the reason, I don't actually remember what the problem with that is. Oh, yeah, you can't. I would have to use the Swift Package Manager. I can't use the Carthage. I can't use Carthage to really like automatically build the project, which kind of sucks. Because like for iOS, and like it works for OS X, but for iOS, like when Xcode builds the project, it actually has to be connected to a specific device. Which I don't even want to think about like deploying this thing. I hope you basically just like push everything into app, the App Store or whatever, and then Apple like deploys it or builds it on various hardware platforms and stuff. So anyway, you can see here where I've like used a little bit of like category theory, and like I've like able to easily create or instantiate the various I'm able to like instantiate the various devices and stuff in a very like simple way that allows like several like different formats and blah 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 blah. And it's very flexible. And when I start using this same strategy for the model iOS stuff, that'll really help out. Kind of want to change this structure though. So it'll make a little bit more sense. Alright, so you go to the top of this file, and then basically it's just going to go through and like try and like look at the metadata and see if it can like resolve it from the container. Or well, first it checks it like it checks the metadata, and then like it should try to pull from the options first. Oh yeah. Yeah, so like if it already has this device like set on the options, then it like skips all this. If it doesn't, then it tries to resolve it from the container using a few different ways. And if it can, then it resolves it from the container. Otherwise, it creates a new one using the device that I got here. Okay, that's basically all I need. And then I need to also resolve like a metal. Need to resolve the front and back face stencils. Trying to think of like how I would specify to register those. So pretty much any object in here, like if it has an ID in the XML file, like I register it to the dependency injection container. If it doesn't, then I kind of like leave it alone and I don't register it. But if it's kind of like an object that's like nested on one of these nodes, then it may or may not have an ID, depending on how it was created. And so well, I guess if it does have an ID, then I register it. If it's an inner node and it does have an ID, or if it used a reference, then I can register it. The problem is if it's an outer node without an ID, but that should not. It's required for these outer nodes to have IDs, because otherwise they wouldn't get registered into the dependency injector and container. So it's really not a problem, actually. And so, I mean, this is going to look pretty much the same. Luckily, this object doesn't require anything else, because then it would get pretty messy. And this is pretty orderly. Like the model IO stuff has like trees that can be. They can't really be cyclical, but they can be. They can be like recursive, or they can be pretty deep, because they're like the model IO objects are like meshes and stuff like that. Oh boy. Wish I had like kept working earlier. I was like making good progress at the coffee shop, and then I thought I had to go like work at my family's roller skating rink. It's just not really that much fun to work there. It's not that bad. Like I kind of like enjoy it, but I would just really rather be doing other things. And then it turned out that I didn't have to go in, but I had already like, I don't know. So let's see. Yeah, I guess man, this is like. I mean, I guess in general, like I can just always count that I'm like looking for this thing like with an ID, and then I'm looking for that thing's like ID inside a container with that thing's name on it. So I guess I can just always say like I'm like looking for like a key, or yeah. I wish I could like afford one of those like $15,000 like NVIDIA computers. That'd be pretty cool. That's actually going to get confusing, so I'm going to call it a key. And I could probably like, at least for some of these, like abstract them into a generic function, but I also know that like I don't really have enough experience with this to know exactly how it's going to work out. So if I refactored it now into a generic function, like it might work for one or two things, but then I might end up like just like completely reversing it later on. And then it would be lots more work. So that should still work for that one. Yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and Let's update to the tuple. Gosh. That's what I want. ID key. Lovely. So once it resolves the metal device, it will always. Gosh, that's where this starts to get really confusing. Especially if like these things are nested and I end up making a lot of mistakes. Device. My problem now is like if I assign the device to just like be updated in the options, like at this key, whichever key is like put in here. Then in like another method, like this one that depends on resolve metal device, how do I know what key the device was inserted into? I guess I can. This one really has no idea where the device will be stored. But really, like if I'm like parsing one set of objects, I should never really have to work with more than one device. But I'm about to run into the exact same problem with the resolve metal stencil descriptor. So yeah, I guess that's really not that big a deal. I should just always put it into the device. Should always put this one into the library. And I guess I'll think about it later. It's kind of sucks because if I was like working with like a nested object, I might not be able to use the same key. It's really the whole point. And if you see what I'm saying, like so I used category theory to make it like simpler, and then like modeled everything as XML, and so now pulling it in, and now like I've got like the meta structure. I've got like the structure of the XML. And that's easy to work with. And I thought that like by just defining XML, I'll just be able to like pull stuff in real easy. Now I've got the things I need. But because I added this layer of abstraction between like parsing the XML, like, and taking the nodes that were parsed and like actually creating the objects, and now I've got this like extra layer of abstraction that means I basically have to like have some meta structure defined externally that reflects exactly like what is defined in the XML, which I could define as XML itself, but I don't really want to do that right now because I've been like that's literally all I've done is like dick around with XML basically. Anyway. And I think what I'm going to do here is, I guess what I can do is just like have like an array, or not an array, but like Yeah, I mean, I could have like I could have a hash inside of this. And that's what I'll do. Let's say like basically you're gonna do the same thing there, and then this will be easier to like kind of mock out in the test first. So what I want to generate is a depth stencil descriptor, but it really needs two of these, so I have to like basically do this, move that there. What are they doing here? Oh, that's not right. Middle, so I just kind of want to test if something like that is returned. I don't really more complicated when returning a library from a node. do that because that would be preferable. And see, I don't know what kind of like structure to use for the objects that kind of like glue these together. Or whether or not, like, I mean, it can definitely be defined in XML, but it's just, I don't know if it'd be worth it to define node types. I would rather just, like, kind of tough it out with, like, hashes for right now, because it's gonna be, like, easier that way. Oh my gosh, like, I should really probably go to sleep right now. Yeah, I can't do that. This last one, though, I need to be able to, like, compare it. Oh well. Can do that. Do that when I parse nodes for libraries. So I should really just go ahead and do it now, but it's really supposed to, like, so hoping this would save time and not be verbose. It looks like it's like the exact opposite. I've been looking for like an abbreviation for a container, and I can't figure out like one that like actually makes sense. That like, uh, I really need like why doesn't it like why does it want to tab at like random places? Is that that's really where it wants to tab? It wants to like indent over there. Oh, that's great. That's dumb. Uh, yeah, great. I guess this descriptor is like really not that expensive, and that this is really dumb. This really doesn't matter. And in fact, I would be worse off because what I'm trying to do here is like have like one set of like one container for all the XML nodes that have been parsed, and then like multiple containers that like can contain these things like after they're generated. But I'm trying to like instead of like generating like a whole like subtree of descriptors into like one object that is retained in a container, I'm trying to like take a subtree and like parse it into little like objects and then like put all those in the container and then also put a reference to the like higher level objects in that same container and then reuse all the sub objects from that subtree and I've just like given myself a big headache. And that actually is like necessary for like meshes, but it's not really necessary for this stuff, so that's dumb. So all I'm gonna do is it's just like overcomplicating things. I don't really need to do it that way, as far as I know. I'm just gonna leave this here for now. Just you never know. But I do need this like spectre injected thing. And what I'm excited about with the spectre injected like or injector thing is that like you can also pass in like a block to the node generate. So you like pass it in this object with the containers and the options, and like if you do need to like do something else at another level, you can use this injector thing, and that way you can like transfigurate and transmogrify, you know, the the options and containers that you passed in, and so you can actually like recombine that stuff from a closure that's passed in externally if you need to. And this like metal node injector returns like a injector thing, and so that's like the first thing I do here. Like if this block is defined, to call it and like set it to this ninja thing, and then there you go. Like I wasn't even gonna rewrite this stuff at first, but I'm like glad that I am, because some of these objects, like especially like the object specifically for rendering with metal, if you do things wrong, you'll like really screw yourself up and eat a lot of time up. Like if you recreate like certain descriptors or certain state objects often, and that's what's so frustrating. I have to like take the node and create a descriptor, and then take the descriptor and create a state object. So for the stencil descriptor, I have to create like a stencil. Well, I don't actually create a stencil state for that. But for the depth stencil descriptor, which defines like a depth texture, I parse two stencil descriptors, attach those to the depth descriptor, create a depth stencil state, and then I can attach the depth stencil state to in order to create like the render pass descriptor when I need to, I think. It's just like all kinds of complicated, really. Like, and then for like the textures, like I need to take a texture node, then or a texture descriptor node, and then create a texture descriptor, and then create a texture. Like I finally instantiate the texture, and like that's something that like you kind of have to like hold on to that for a minute. And I haven't even gotten into like resource utilization. Like these problems like aren't even hard. Like resource management, like that's the hard part. And it's actually not that hard. Like looking at like how Model I/O is kind of modeled. There's these things called like buffer allocators. It's like a buffer allocator protocol, so you can define different ways of like allocating resources, and you allocate resources in like zones. And so like you could have like a zone for your world, and you could have like a zone for your like menu objects, and you could have a zone for like, you know, player 1's objects, and like you could have a zone for player 2's objects, and you could have a zone for like player 3's object or something. So when player 1 connects, like their objects are all tied together in memory, and like when you want to release those objects, you just like release that zone. You can either release the whole zone, or you can like, you know, establish some behavior to like reuse slabs of memory. Like I mean, that's like the ultimate goal is to like introduce an abstraction between like the introduce like another abstraction there. So you just like like your buffer allocator doesn't ever really create new. It like creates all the memory it needs for a zone like at one time, and then that memory just kind of persists, and it knows like what regions of memory. Like you basically have to like introduce like a garbage collector like on top of like what is already kind of a garbage collected language. I mean, Swift is kind of garbage collected. I don't know if Objective-C is garbage collected. I mean, I think, oh, I guess it is. I mean, it's C. I would assume that it is not garbage collected. And you definitely do a lot of stuff with pointers, but I guess I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure it's not garbage collected. But anyway, Swift is. To a point. I mean, there's some stuff that is not garbage collected, and like there's several circumstances that you kind of have to watch for in Swift where like you have to pay attention, you know, did you create a weak reference or a strong reference, and blah, blah, blah. But it's just, I mean, it'll be really cool to like kind of like solve these problems, and I think I can do it fairly well. I think like, but I'm like focused on like creating like a or like making like a creative new way of like working with like 3D stuff, and in particular geometry. But so far, all I seem to be good at doing is talking about it. I kind of need somebody to like help me work on this project. But then again, like it's kind of at the stages where like I want creative control of like what I'm doing, and I don't really want to like share that with anyone. At least until I get to a certain point. Like I definitely would like to work on it with someone else. But so basically, all I need to do is I don't know what, like I will like look at one design problem and then I'll like solve it in my head, and then I return to it again, and I think that I gotta like approach it a different way. See, the stencil descriptors don't even matter. Like you're not really gonna pull. I guess you could pull like stencil descriptors from a place where they've already been defined, but like you should take care of setting all this stuff up before you start rendering graphics anyways, unless you're doing advanced stuff, in which case like you should probably know what you're doing. It's I keep forgetting when I was doing. I think I got myself into a heck of a lot of trouble here. I don't even know what I did. I guess I just decided to work on a graphics library when it was like completely unnecessary, just for the hell of it, just for the like pure sensation of intellectual masturbation. And look what we have here, like a 6-month project, and it never ends. But it's fun to work on. But it's fun to work on. Alright, and listen to some other music now. Oh, dang. And I guess I'm not even gonna like try to register those. I mean, and the whole point of introducing the ejector was to be like, is to like separate like the outside format from the internal format that like a hash would be structured with. So like if the outside format had like the front and back face stencils in some other container or something, and you could like use this injector block and then like be like, well, the front face stencil is in this container and the back face stencil is in that container. Which is more useful for other things other than this. And then there's the whole question of like, if I do have a dependent object and I do need to register it, that should be done. That should really be done like and another thing is like I might not like I might want to register things in different containers. So I thought about adding like a register closure. I decided it probably wasn't necessary. And then I guess I do need the resolve method. So I know what I can do. I can add like an extra layer of so if it's not found in a specific container, then I can just be like hinge that options. I hope these things can stack. Then I can do metal container. Right. Oh, if it returns, that's already what happens. Got it. I really should probably go to sleep. I didn't think I would be that tired. I haven't even been up that long. The worst part is like I'm not even. I need like to be able to focus. There's like really just like certain things that somebody needs to get out of the way in their life to be able to like actually get things done. And I have so much crap that's just like constantly in the way, and I never make. I'm like too stubborn to give up on things because it's like dumb that like I haven't been able to accomplish anything. And like in the past 4 years, and the reason that is because I would always like struggle on something on some project for like 6 to 9 months and then give up on it and get distracted with some stupid job or whatever. Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were not so great, but they never seemed to last very long, and it just kind of distracted me from like the thing that I really needed to work on. And as that has happened over and over again, I've like become more stubborn about not giving up. For example, like case in point, Splice.com. I'm actually not that like worried about it, but awesome idea from the start. Awesome idea. It's basically like the GitHub for music. Like towards the end of 2011, I came up with like an idea that was pretty much exactly this. Like I had ordered a bunch of like music equipment. Like you can see it actually right there. Like this thing is like a mixer with like a rack. It's like a rack mounted like PreSonus mixer. Like I spent all this money on it. I got this like really nice drum set. I spent like $2,500 on a mixer that I barely used, and a mesh head drum set from like Roland that was like also $2,500 that I barely used. All in all, I spent like $10,000 on music equipment in New York, and I got it in like in late 2011. And I realized like, oh, I don't actually know what I'm doing. Like, wouldn't it be cool like if there was a place like GitHub where you could like go and look at how like other music producers are like structuring their like projects, and you could like collaborate with other, like it would be like open source music, and that's what Splice is. And this is like late 2011, and I tried to tell people like, oh, like, you know, I can just like start out with the GitHub model, you know, the membership kind of model, and just kind of like build that first because I need the community and the platform to really build anything else. And no one really listened to me. Like they didn't, like no one took me seriously. And now people are kind of taking me seriously, except like it's like these opportunities are a lot harder to come by because like they've already been implemented. And it's like incredibly frustrating, and I'm like incredibly stubborn about it now. I don't want to like give up on something, but yet like I'm not positioned in my life at all to like do anything about to really do anything about it. Like I can't afford to host like a web server. I can I'll barely be able to like renew my domain name. Like I don't have any bills. Like I live at home in my basement. And I can't like I don't have money to like network with co-founders that would like help me like delegate responsibility, and I can't find people in like who are like more technically talented than I am. Like I just like I'm afraid to like let like another developer who's like not as talented as me, and I'm not even that like I've got like a lot of like I'm not even really that talented. I've got like a lot of stuff to learn. I need to like work on doing things faster, blah blah blah. But I'm just like thinking like, you know, what if I like started a company or talked about starting a company with another developer, and they turned out to like not really be that good, and they kind of like dropped the ball, and then there's kind of a fallout, and then I did become successful, and I didn't really want this person to like be like tagging along if they didn't really like, you know, actually like help me build something. I'm kind of like worried about like having a bunch of like technical debt and stuff like that if I were to like collaborate with another developer in the area. Anyway, so I never really got this thing together. Splice actually got started about like 2 years after I originally had the idea for like a GitHub for music. I'm not saying, I mean, they didn't steal my idea. There were actually other companies. There's like Blend.io. There's like one other company, but they didn't really fare too well. They didn't fare nearly as well as Splice. And I think that was because like Splice is like I don't know, Splice just like their technology and their UI and their platform is just like so much better. Anyway, the reason I'm talking about this is like after I realized that Splice had come out with their thing, well, like I pivoted. Like I realized that like, oh, like I could still set up like a music, like I don't have the platform to build this on, which is kind of a bummer. But what I'd always wanted to really monetize on was like selling sample packs and selling samples and selling presets, and especially selling presets for like actual hardware. Well, like guess what they're doing now? And like, and before they introduced this, they were already $100 million company. Like, and I can't say anything about like I can't like I'm pretty bitter about it, but like I don't have any like weight to like what I'm saying, because like it's not like I had something and it was taken away from me. I thought of something, I had a good idea, and I never was able to even like try to build it, and no one would listen to me. But I didn't actually have something. I just had like an idea, and it really sucks because I wasn't interested in this for the money. I was interested in this for like the ability to work with like musicians across the world and the ability to like innovate at like the top level of the music industry. Like this is huge. Like this community is huge for music. I don't know if I'm a member or not. It's hard for me to like focus on like making music. I got so concerned with like making technology to like build apps to help share uh, music and help share like music production like techniques, like projects and content, that like I kind of forgot about like ever making music. But anyway, so like I mean, look at this shit, like completely monetizable. It's a great business model. Like not only do they get memberships for like private repositories and stuff, but then like you also get like you can buy like samples, and you can buy like instruments, and you can buy like, and this kind of like I wrote a blog about it. Here you go. I wrote it like pretty late. I mean, I made a lot of mistakes basically in like trying to like network with this stuff. Here it is. And it's probably not the best blog because I'm like complaining about something in specifically, but whatever. I don't care. I just really need to put it out there because like it feels like nobody's like really they don't understand like why I think so highly of myself. Well, it's like because I was like way ahead of the curve on a lot of this stuff, and I feel like I'm kind of bitter because like it's not like I tried it and I failed. It's like no one ever believed in me, and like I just kept like having my legs cut out from under me. And like every time like I got like positioned, like every time I saved up a little bit of extra money to start working on this stuff, like I couldn't like network to like work on it, and then I would like run out of like a runway, and then I like wouldn't really have any income, and I would like get super depressed, and then like I would kind of flounder, and like I would try to tell people, I was like, oh, like I have this really cool idea for music production, and people are like, oh yeah, like what are you gonna do, like the next like Spotify or something, like what are you gonna do with music, like what could be done, like and it's like the same thing is going on right now, like, but this is an idea where you can like pretty much get started for less than like, I mean, like any startup really, you're gonna want like $500,000 if you're gonna like hire anyone. But something like this, like you can like prototype and get started with like not very much money. Other like if you're gonna like work in the medical industry and you wanna like create a new medical product, like you need millions of dollars. You need like millions of dollars, and you need experts in that field, and you need like knowledge of like the patent landscape in that field, whatever it is. Like there's so many industries like that where like if you don't have money or if you're not an expert, like sorry, you're not gonna be doing anything with it. I've got like a bunch of ideas, like some of them I don't know if they're like valid, but a lot of them apply to like VR or like graphics or like biotechnology, and like I can't do anything with them because nobody will fucking like. What I need is like some infrastructure and like some people to like help me like just like direct other people, and work with other people and just like build a lot of like different things. And it sounds kind of crazy, but it would actually work out. I would bet money on it. I would bet I would bet money that I don't have on something like that working out. Like if I could just like creatively like direct like research and or like development of products and have like a team or maybe a couple teams of people that would like help me like either like identify passionate people in these fields to like give these ideas to, I bet a lot of stuff would get done. It would be really cool. It's just kind of funny. Yeah. If you don't know, now you know. Anyway, so kind of bitter about it. Can you tell? How are you gonna leave already like that? Oh, I'll try to type the name out. I didn't really. The name did not auto-complete on that one. What's up, guys? I'm just like ranting about stupid things that aren't important. Mainly just my life. Man, I wish I could just like, but I've like, I let like a lot of like ideas go. I just kind of put them out there. There's not really much that you can say that you had a hand in at that point. There's not much that you can like claim credit for. It's like the hard part of an idea is actually like the dedication and like work that it takes to like complete. It's not like, but I seem to be like really good at like having like epiphanies, like I think that would work, like oh like yeah, I think that would like totally, yeah, that could work, and it'd be like completely revolutionary, and then I do it like all the time. Often it ends up being patented, which is kind of a bummer. What was I doing here? Okay, yeah, so looks like this is a problem. Like, I don't know how to define the key that I'm gonna like write to. That's why that should exist outside of the. Yeah. So for example, this this device, like if instead of like writing to the key device, I write to like whatever this key is up here, then when this separate like function comes to use it, like it doesn't know what device to look for. Well, I actually did not learn Objective-C. I don't know Objective-C. I'm getting ready to work on a project in C, which is like I'm going to be implementing like a multiple sequence alignment algorithm. I might use the GPU. I don't know, but I haven't used Objective-C. Oh, what about you? Oh, and I know I sort of know the founders of Splice. I don't really know them very well, but I know one of the early employees of Splice.com was Katrina Owens, and she's like a podcaster on Ruby Rogues. And so I would feel like really bad if I like shit talked this company and shit talked them and said that they like stole my idea, because they really didn't, and they're actually really pretty cool people that I ran into a couple times like as a Ruby developer. Like they're Ruby developers. One of them is there's like Katrina Owen, and then Matt Imanetti, and then there's like the founder of GroupMe, which was like a texting app that was acquired by Microsoft. So I'm just like really trying to figure out like how do I should really probably check the key for it. I also don't want to overwrite things because I might be dealing with like lists. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I looked at it like I don't know. I don't know why they like. I don't know why they really like backpedaled to like the iPhone 5 design. I mean, I like the iPhone 5 design, but to me, I mean, I heard like rumors of like what they were going to announce at the event, and I'm sure there's like a good reason behind it. They put like a better processor on it, but then they removed the Force Touch. So like I'm wondering like why. I wonder why they did that. Oh yeah, and I don't know. Yeah, and I don't really know why they did that either. I mean, I guess maybe if people want like a different form factor. And then there's like the they introduced a new hardware model, but that's not that big of a deal. I mean, especially when compared to Android, that's really not a big deal, because it's pretty easy to deal with it on iOS, and it's not that hard to deal with it like fragmented. It's not hard to deal with the fragmented form factor of mobile development, but dealing with like some of the fragmented features can be a little bit difficult. But especially if you need to do like things that are like very specific to hardware, or things that are like much improved by being able to rely on a specific hardware model. Yeah, I'm still kind of like parsing XML. I went back and rewrote like another set of XML nodes that I'm parsing and then generating, and now I'm trying to like kind of like glue them together into the things that I need. I haven't written much code tonight, but I'm trying to figure out how to like structure the metadata that I'm like reading in. And as I said a little bit earlier, it's just kind of a bummer because like I defined all this like stuff so that I could like just declaratively like be like, these are the things I need, and then I just have to write like I thought I would just I'll just have to write like 10 lines of code. I'll just like tell it like what like I'll just like create like pairs of like vertex and fragment functions, and then associate them with like a render pipeline, and I'll like write like 10 lines of code, and I'll be able to like create new things. And the XML stuff turned into a huge headache. I don't know. I'll be streaming for a while. I gotta like wake up if I'm gonna stay up. I'll probably be on here for a while though. So. Right now I'm just like trying to like solve this like metadata problem, which isn't really a huge problem, but And it's just like I can't have all this like repetitive code like every time I need to go like resolve like the metal device. I guess I could write to that key. I mean, that's probably the best way to like handle it. Just like handle it in one place, and then like up here I can have like and also just write to the key. And then I can have like a, let's see. I guess the key should be bundled up with the hash, which sucks. So now I have to change the implementation. So I guess it's not that big of a deal. As string or device, and then I'll create that. Oh. What do I name that? So I guess I should be returning the. I was hoping to keep this like interface like nice and clean, and I could just like not have to worry about like the types that I was returning or whatever. But that would also be nice because then I wouldn't have to modify this hash and it wouldn't have to be mutable. Not a big deal now. I'm gonna try this out and see. But then that means in other. Well, I guess I'd still do. the problem at this point is like that works when the modifications aren't really like significant. But like what happens when some call like this has to return more than one object? Because it can like make nested calls. So if I were to resolve like a, I don't really need. And another reason I went back and like refactored this like XML stuff. Oh, I can delete this. Yay! Should hopefully not cause like way too many problems. Another reason why I went back and refactored this stuff was you need to rename it. It's kind of like very minor. Basically, like this structure is like much simpler than the scene graph. Like this structure is like much simpler than the scene graph. So I figured if I did this, it would like prepare me. I would make like simple mistakes here, and like learn a few lessons, and then design the scene graph like more properly, since that's going to involve some nested relationships. But through some like dependency graphs. So no, I can just change the webcam. So I got this dependency graph. This is for like the model IO stuff. Whoops, I should probably like do this in some kind of software, but I didn't really feel like it. Anyway, so you see you got like right over here you got like the mesh buffer allocator and like buffer zones. That's for like resource allocation and stuff. The mesh buffer allocator like allocates like a mesh buffer, or it allocates mesh buffers for like meshes and submeshes and submesh topology. Submesh topologies also use that's for like variable topologies. That also uses the mesh buffer stuff, and then like you can create voxel arrays from the meshes, and then really hard to explain. These are all like the texture subclasses over here, and all this stuff's like pretty much definable in XML. But then like tying it together is kind of like the hard part, I guess. Probably should have expected that. You got like the vertex attributes and stuff, and the vertex descriptors, and this stuff is like duplicated on both sides. And then I haven't really done, like I've done the cameras and stuff, but I haven't done any of the lighting stuff. This is all lighting stuff, and I haven't really done the material stuff because like I just want to focus on like the objects and all of this stuff, and some of the texture stuff, but it's not important. Like I can write textures into a shader without having to use the model IO stuff. But that's like fairly complicated because it relies on like a bunch of like nested objects, especially like the metal or model IO objects and the model IO like texture shaders and stuff, or model IO model IO assets, textures, model IO objects, cameras, lights, and meshes can all be like nested. And then so this is like the metal dependency graph, and it looks more complicated, but it's actually simpler. Or it's more complicated, but like many of these objects you don't really have to worry about. Like you just like create them, and like yeah. These are like, of all the metal objects, these are the ones that you have to create in these are the objects you have to create in I guess like XML, and these are like they're like circled in like the different ways that you might create them, or that you might need to create them. But it's all, I mean, it's all pretty easy to kind of like piece together. I don't know if anyone can even like read that stuff, but and this is the stuff that I really kind of want to experiment with. Like, I want to be able to like create like lots of different like shaders. Obviously, like I want to be able to use like compute shaders or compute functions for. All right, yeah, probably best. Yeah, I want to use compute functions for like geometry manipulation and stuff like that, and physics, and I want to be able to also generate like like textures and stuff like that. Using like compute shaders or manipulate textures with like particle effects based on like compute shaders, and basically like all I want to be able to do. Well, like I especially like I want to get like so you can do like default stuff without using like color attachments like fairly easily. You don't even have to like know really what a color attachment is. Like it took me kind of a couple weeks. Like I had never done like 3D graphics before, so I didn't know what a color attachment or a depth attachment or a stencil attachment was. So it took me a while to get like kind of like caught up on that, or to like learn what that was. And once I did, I found out that I would like really like to kind of like chain those together or like do interesting things with those. And that's kind of like how you do lighting and stuff like that. And I've got like a couple ideas for things like that. And you can also like manipulate vertices and then like take multiple like render paths or multiple render passes, and so you could like write vertices to textures, and you could do some like wild stuff. Like you could write like you could run like a vertex shader and like shade like shade the vertices. So you could like place the vertices in a buffer, pass that to the fragment shader, and instead of like I don't really know how you would do this, but instead of like writing like fragment data, you just like write the vertex data with the fragment shader into a texture. But you could like convolute it so that like you like I don't know, like you take like you take the vertices for like one object and you just like splay it everywhere, or like take the vertices for like one object and like render that object with the vertex shader, and then in the fragment shader just like create like a regular like lattice of those objects or something. I don't know. This isn't a very good idea. But then you could like you could run like another render pass, and so you've got the vertex data loaded into a texture, and then you read the vertex data from the texture, and then now you manipulate lots more vertices, and you don't really do anything with it because you don't want to like actually change any of that data. Then you pass that to the fragment shader, and now you got like lots of objects that are kind of like mirrored or something. I don't know. Yeah. So what's up, unicorn? I'm just kind of like talking about. Look at these pictures I drew. Look at this. It's pretty cool. Drew some. It's kind of like UML, but not really. This is just like a dependency graph. I just needed to know like what objects like interrelated with each other, and like like the order that I was going to like create things in, and stuff like that. So now I'm like I really want to focus on like working with like geometry, as I've kind of said in the past. And so one thing that I've been kind of like looking into a lot is like category theory. Yeah. One of the things I've been looking into is like category theory, and I found that that's actually going to be like really useful for like the geometry manipulations and stuff like that. Like so I could like have like I could like create some shape, and I could like just like write a bunch of like vertices to a buffer, and then create a mesh out of that, and then create sub meshes for like the faces and the triangles or whatever, and then on top of that, like I can like use like category theory to kind of like compose like different like functions together. So like if I wanted to like create some kind of like I mean, first of all, I could like easily add like the normals for the shape, using some of the model IO functions. But then I could add the I could add like anisotropy or something, or texture coordinates, and I could like pass that into the geometry, like, or the mesh generator, in such a way that like was like kind of like was just like composed into it, so that, and then like it would basically like run like a function for each vertex, but then like the arguments would basically be like the arguments to that function to like generate anisotropy or whatever attribute on each vertex would be like destructured, so that like it would receive like, you know, the position and other like parameters of that like specific like vertex, and you could like tell it like, well, like this function depends on like this kind of data, so when you like run this function you need to like, it would basically just like pass in like a hash along with, and metadata would be like inserted in the hash, and then the metadata would allow it to like would tell the vertex like attribute generation function like how to like destructure the data for that for the to like destructure the parameters for that thing. So it's like it's kind of like I don't know, kind of complicated I guess, but it's exciting. So I don't really have a CDJ. It's not actually a CDJ. It's it is what is it? It's a PreSonus mixer. I can't really like move my laptop without unplugging a bunch of monitors, and then chaos would ensue. But like there's a it's kind of like my workbench that I don't really use because there's a ton of stuff there. Uh, and then I don't know. It's like a PreSonus mixture. I don't know if I have like a picture of it. I probably have a picture of it somewhere. But and then I've got like some pretty cool drums. I can try to find a picture of it. You know what I meant to? Oh, I should probably like turn like the giant webcam thing off. Well, I don't really have any like that picture. Unfortunately, the PreSonus mixer, like the FireWire card, burnt out or something lame. Doesn't work. It's a giant, like, maybe I'll fix it one day. I don't know, but other than that, it's like giant, like 500-pound, like it's like too heavy to be a paperweight. Like, it's a, I don't know, it's a pretty sweet drum set. I haven't really used it in a while because the mixer doesn't work, and it's been like coding mostly. Just like scrolling past all these random anime memes. They're not anime memes, just like random anime pictures. Hopefully I can find the picture I'm looking for. Which would be... Dang. Yeah, nothing. I basically like implemented this like destructuring thing. It's like a tuple that destructures stuff. Like pull it out real quick. Probably a better way to do this, but I don't really know. No one told me the answers. That's so it's basically like a combination of like this. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like it's kind of like a destructuring, like a means of like destructuring a function, and then also like enabling some like inversion of control. So I just have this like spectra injected tuple, and then this like metal node injector or I guess it's like just a closure, and it takes one of these tuples and returns one, and so you can define this closure like wherever you call like the generate function, and so these are all like nodes that are read in through like XML and stuff. And so you just like pass in like the spectra injected thing, which it's like a tuple with like a map of containers, like dependency injection containers, and then like options that tell you how to like read data from these, and also like there's like options that include like metadata about itself, and can also like reference like keys and types from the dependency injection containers. And so just kind of like found that I could parse something into a node and then register the node in a dependency injection container, and then later on I could call the generate to generate like the actual object that it applies to, and then basically if I passed in something that wasn't like the format that I really wanted to, then I could like pass in a closure that like told me how to like permute like the data that was like passed in to be like the format that I wanted, and also like I could define like I could pass in like the initial injector closure, but then I could also define other injector closures and then assign them to the options that are passed in with this tuple. And then so like I could run a closure at the top level, and then like at the next level like I could also run a closure for that level. It gets kind of complicated though, because like I've defined like a data structure for the XML, and then when I actually like I parse the XML, then I run the generate. But like when I run the generate function, like I have to like define or like also embed all this like code that I have to like embed these like I have to like pass in these like data structures that like mirror the structure of the data that was like defined in the XML. It's like I was hoping to like avoid that kind of like, I don't know, it's like kind of like verbose, but which was what I was hoping to avoid. But anyway, it's basically like, or it's like similar to like destructuring for like closure, in that like I can like do different things based on like what is passed in and like what's available to me. And if I don't have like the things that I need, then I can like assess that in the generate function, and then like find the things that I need from either the dependency injection container or like behavior that's like encoded into like the classes. Just hoping to find a picture of the audio equipment. Kind of sucks though, because like I bought all this audio equipment, I didn't know how to use it, and so I wanted to like start this like GitHub for music thing, and then I never bothered to make any music because I started working on this app that I thought was gonna be really cool. Yeah. I hate managing like digital assets. Okay, here's a picture of me like pretending to like master a track on the PreSonus mixer. I'm just gonna like upload this to some service or something. Probably have a bot for that. Alright. Alright, here we go. Got it. Alright, just got one more image and I'll get back to coding. I love the equipment, but then like it was just a lot of stuff to like kind of carry around with me. I was always so busy that I didn't actually even use it. It was ridiculous. I guess I'm just like trying to figure out how to like take the parse node and then like generate like all the properties in the nodes, or generate like all the descriptors in the nodes, but then like also like register them at the same time, but then also allow the user to be like flexible in determining like how those like generated objects are like registered to dependency injection containers or whatever, or to like and I don't think, and then I'm trying to like do all of that without being like overly complicated. And like the tuple that I have for the Spectra injected tuple that I have like includes the dependency injectors, but then I'm also maybe I should separate that. Maybe it should not be a tuple, which sucks because now I have like a dozen different like method definitions to like update. This is not that bad, but then and I also have tests. I mean, for now I can do that, but like the injector is like a closure, so or a function, so I might have like a there might be some like metadata that I need to like inspect here before where I might find like another injector function to like pass into this one, but I don't want to pass in the same one that I passed in from the top level. But then like encoding all of this data into like one structure, yeah, I should definitely not be using like a. It doesn't really make sense to use a tuple here because that like couples these two things together, and they're not really meant to be coupled together. And this is something that's like, yeah, that was really dumb. Because tuples are value types. And so now, like, these things get, well, I don't know if every tuple is a value type. It might be like a value type composed of references, but then that doesn't make any sense. I wonder if I could do like, create like a struct. Oh, what? What am I doing? What am I doing wrong there? Really? Oh my god. What is wrong with me? Like, did I really not catch that? Apparently I'm stuck. Uh, okay. That just like wouldn't be that useful if a struct couldn't have attributes with objects, but now I'm like worried that every time like I pass this, that like, well, no, these things could not be getting copied all the way down, but the okay, so the containing objects contain like the map has keys that point to references, and then the references are the same when the map is copied, since the tuple is value type. So the copied references would refer to the same object, I think. So then I didn't finish computer science, so I'm gonna like think this stuff out. I really should have like, I spent so much time like working with like Ruby and like web apps that I didn't really get a good grasp on that stuff. It like doesn't really matter with like Ruby and JavaScript. You just like assign things, and like everything with Ruby, like everything is an object. So um, now I'm like coming back to this problem. I'm really trying to like hurry up and like make some progress with this. If I didn't think like being able to like create objects for like graphics, like processing, and for like scene graph objects, like via XML was like useful, then especially like in this way, like where I'm doing everything like functionally. I didn't think it was all useful, like, or like different in some way, then I wouldn't be doing it. I just feel like if I got all this stuff set up and I don't know, I would be able to like build some pretty cool stuff. I guess that's really all I need right now. And then go ahead. I hate scrolling through all this code. It's terrible. It's so hard to understand. Actually, it's really not that bad. It's really hard to fucking like. It's like easier at first with everything in one file, but then it's pretty bad. the test succeeded. Didn't really test anything new. And then I spent a bunch of time like refactoring this, like not that, but it's like render pass attachment descriptor node, and like made a bunch of changes like to get this to work, and then realized that like it's like what I did is still useful. I just like realized that like you create the render pipeline descriptor, and then like you generate the render pass descriptor and all its objects like automatically. Like typically, like you can add some other stuff, but I think actually like if you add like attachments or like modify the attachments on the descriptor, or, yeah, like if you like manually modify like the wrong thing on the render pass descriptor, either it or one of its like objects, then like you might run into some problems. Because the render pipeline descriptor like tells like that's what describes. You create the render pipeline descriptor, which has like a vertex function, a vertex shader, and a fragment shader attached to it, as well as a couple other things like a vertex descriptor, and like a series of like color attachment configurations, and then you create like a render pipeline state from that, and then from the render pipeline state, you create like the render pass descriptor. Yeah, from the render pipeline state, you create the render pass descriptor, and then that, like, so like if you've like changed like too much about the textures that are attached to the render pass descriptor, then like the render pipeline state kind of like tells like that's what Metal uses to like receive input, from the developer, from the program, and then like transform that like input into like instructions for the GPU. And so if that's all been like mostly finalized, then like changing like too much of the render pass descriptor would probably be bad. So I need to. I also kind of want to be able to like compose these objects, so to like take like a descriptor that's already been that's already been created, and then like pass it into the node generate or to maybe another function, and then like basically do the same things as generate, but just like slightly modify, like copy the basically take the metal descriptor that's already been like created, pass it back into the node, modify some of the properties, like whatever's defined on the node, and then like return it, like return the modified version. And so that could be useful because it turns like the node into like a almost like a partial function or something that I can like apply to the to an existing object, which would be very very useful. Um, um, I'm gonna like break up the work into a couple different chunks. I don't really feel like going through here and like writing the resolve function right now, especially at this point in the night. I'm probably gonna like screw it up, and so I'll just really do it like the simple, easy way, and then go back and refactor it. Oh, what am I doing? It's a good question because I'm on our monitor. And once I get that, like, I'm actually not going to move on to the like mesh generation stuff like just yet. I'm going to try to like finish the prototype for my voxel app, which I just kind of like got burnt out on working out on it by myself. I also found out that like there. I also found out that I'm gonna have to get creative with like some like patent issues. I guess I'll put it that way. I have some ideas, but I don't know. It's not gonna be very straightforward. Plus, they're probably not gonna be that big of a deal. There's like basically like I'm generating all the nodes all the way down every time, which isn't like a big deal. Like it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot better to do it another way. What's up, Alt F4? I do not know this command. Oh, he's gone. No, Alt F4. Don't push that. Well, I had a bunch of music equipment and stuff. Not really a DJ. I wanted to be like an electronic music producer, but really like, I don't know. I was like really into like Pretty Lights like about like 5 or 6 years ago, and yeah, still dig their music, of course. I just like remember seeing like them play in Detroit in like 2011. Had a lot of fun at that show. It was like, or no, it was in 2010. It was at the Detroit Electronic Music Festival, and they they had like a DJ, but then they had like a guy on like electronic drums, like playing like playing on a drum kit. It was like electronic, so like the MIDI notes were being like swizzled around, and basically like they were playing like samples from like various songs and stuff. But it was like a lot cooler than watching some other like electronic music groups like play, because some of those groups are like kind of like just a guy on a laptop like pushing buttons. Maybe he's got a controller. A lot of times you can't even see the controller because like it's like behind his laptop. It's just like this guy like like pushing buttons. It's like not that there's like not much like soul in that, honestly. And I like seeing Pretty Lights play because they had like a live performance, kind of like a live performance aspect to their gig. So it was interesting. I like snuck into like the VIP section. Like I don't know, it was really cool. I was it was so funny. Like it was like Metal Gear Solid or something. Like I was like Spider-Man basically. I like like there was like this like giant like pyramid thing. It was like this concrete pyramid that was just like part of like this like venue or something, and kept wanting to get into like the VIP section because they had like free Red Bull, and it just seemed like that's just like I think I drank like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 beers or something. I was like probably a little bit drunk, and I would just get like kind of mischievous when I'm drunk, and I like to see what I can get away with. Just because like that's what I do, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of not good. But anyway, so I decided to like figure out a way to like sneak in to the VIP section. I noticed they only have like one guy like watching it, like checking wristbands and stuff. I noticed like there's like this like railing like with like a foot like of like a gap between like the railing and the concrete. And it's like lining like this like VIP section, and like there's like this stairwell that goes down, so I could like figured out that I could like hide like in the stairwell and just like watch the security guard like as he was like looking the other way, and he wasn't really paying attention to me because he was like more concerned with checking wristbands. And I just like watched him like look like another direction. And I was like, and I kind of like timed it, and I like flipped up and like went under the railing, and it was like I went between the railing and the concrete, like I was like Spider-Man or something, and I like I think I made some kind of noise because like the guy like the guard like looked as I landed, but like I ducked behind the Red Bull can or like the Red Bull canister or whatever, and so he looked and there was nothing there, and he looked back and I got up and just like casually walked towards the VIP section, and I don't know, it was pretty cool. I should have grabbed a Red Bull, but I didn't. Uh, and then like perfect cover, like this other kid like saw what I did and he like tried to do it too. And so like when he did it, like he wasn't like as, keen about it, like, and so he got caught, but like it was like perfect cover because like he was the kid that got caught and like I was already in the crowd at that point. And then like a couple people in like the VIP section like saw what I did, and this one guy came over and like started smoking a joint with me, which is awesome because I didn't actually have any cigarettes at the time. Yeah, this is like in like 2010. That was a pretty fun time. And then like Cybertron played. He doesn't actually play by the name of Cybertron. And but like he was like one of these like producers in the early '80s that like kind of like pioneered like a lot of electronic music, particularly a lot of the electronic music that like kind of came out of Detroit. There's like it was like a music label that had like evolved from like Motown or something, and it kind of like evolved into like like some of the early electronic music. And this guy Cybertron, who's like a big like producer of like that early electro funk. He was like headlining. He plays a lot at the Detroit Electronic Music Festival because that's like his like hometown, and it was just like I think it was like the last set of the night. And I was like, you know what, if I get kicked out, whatever. And they had it was like the biggest stage, so like, and there were probably like 2,000 people. There were at least like several thousand people like in the audience, and they had like probably like 2 or 3 dozen speakers in front of the stage that were like massive. It was just like this wall of speakers, and there was like a fence, and then like there was like a wall of speakers, and it was like about like each speaker was about 5 or 6 feet tall or so. Because I remember I had to like be like pretty ninja about like jumping onto it, and so I had watched someone else get like busted, like jumping over the fence, but just kind of like being like stupid about it. He obviously didn't have a plan of action. Uh, but I decided that like I was gonna like time it right, and then like wait for the security guards to be like, because like there was like security guards kept like walking in front of the speakers and stuff. It's like it was like Metal Gear Solid. I just kind of like timed it to where like they were like on the outside. I just like hopped the fence, and then like I had to like jump onto the speakers, or like kind of like pull myself onto the speakers, and then like I got up there and I had to like wait till like the the musician wasn't like really doing anything, and like there was like this girl singing on the stage. I was like, oh my god, this girl's never gonna get off the stage. Like I gotta wait for her to like clear the stage so I can just like not be an asshole like and do my thing while she's like singing. Anyways, I got up on top of the speakers and I started doing like flares, like gymnast flares and stuff, and cause like I break dance, and I guess I don't know. I could still break. It's just involves a lot of transportation and training to practice, and it's not as fun when you do it by yourself. It really is not that much fun to break and train by yourself. But So anyway, I just like started doing like flares and stuff, and like on top of the speakers in front of like this whole crowd of people, and, like while this like electro funk like legend is like playing live, and then like I see like the security guards like they saw me, they noticed me, they weren't like too concerned about it, but like I had almost like hit this like photographer's like like really nice DSLR camera like right as I started doing the flares. And so I saw like the security guard coming down, and like I had a hoodie on, and I'd already like planned this out. I had like some like really cheesy sunglasses. They were like star shaped sunglasses, and I had like a hoodie on, and I like hopped down right before the security guard got to me, and like hopped back over the next fence, and then like as I was like they like tried to like follow me in the crowd or whatever, but I already had it planned out. Like, and I just like started taking off my hoodie. And then like I like ducked down, took off my hoodie and like the glasses, and then like got back up and held like the other clothes low so that they couldn't really like I don't know, so that they would lose me. And it worked. I didn't get kicked out. It was the last the last set of the weekend anyway, so it didn't really matter. But if I could ever like travel more, I would and go to festivals. I would, It's just the damnedest thing. I always get fired. It's really fucking annoying. So I'm like, oh, like I just found a job that I'm like excited enough about to quit working on my startup. Like, let me go like move across the country. And I'm like over there for like 3 months, and it's like typically like I love everyone that I work with except for like there's like one person. It's just like one person. Like it seems to be their mission to like make me miserable. And it's not like it doesn't seem to be like as much about like that person is usually not a manager. When that person is a manager, it sucks. Anyways, I would just really rather get along with everyone at work. But it just seems like it's that one person's like mission to like not like really call me out on like performance issues, but just to like kind of like demoralize me and distract me from getting stuff done. It's the damnedest thing. Just like one person. I have a hard time like explaining. I basically like, moved past it. I don't really care anymore. But I've made like in the past like 5 years, like I've been like receiving a salary like 20% of the time. Like it sucks. Which like causes like all kinds of problems like in my career like later on. Like how do you build on something like that? Like you can't like every time I go to a job interview, I have to like be afraid of like what like my references said about me, and like I have to like I don't know, and then I can't like that's like if I get to an interview, like they're like, why do you have all these gaps in your like resume? Well, like I don't really know what to say about that, like because I wanted to go like work on startups and I didn't feel like getting another job like after I was like after I had like pretty horrible experiences. And it's like so frustrating because it was every single time it was just like one person. It's their little mission to make my life miserable. And I don't know why. Which sounds like so paranoid too. It sounds like I would have so many like better stories like if I didn't get fired all the time. Shit, I might even have a girlfriend. It's like inverted like Maslowian joke where like ah shit. Where I don't like have like the basis I need to like build my life up for like long enough to really like have a life. It really sucks. anyways, it's really depressing. I mean, like, I can name, like, there's, like, tons of people, like, I could talk about that, like, and I can name, like, lots of, like, specific instances where they helped me out, or they gave me advice, or they, like, pointed me in the right direction, or they, like, they, they, they seem to enjoy working with me, they, you know, but none of that seems to matter, because, like, in the end, like, it didn't matter how much, like, good someone did for me. Like, it seemed to be like there's one person that would just fuck it all up, which really sucks. Because, like, it doesn't matter how much, like, people do for you if, like, they don't see, like, if they're, like, pouring energy into you to help you out and they don't see any kind of, like, return and, like, or, like, change in your behavior or change in your disposition or your attitude or situation. People, like, would rather put their energy somewhere else. And so, like, the net result is, like, I haven't had any money for, like, the past 5 years. So I haven't been able to help anyone out, so I don't have any, like, karma there. Oh, boy. It's, like... Say, what about those color attachments? I just, like, drown myself in work. That's how I've, like, drowned out all my problems. Except it doesn't really work. And I know I'm not really, like, coding very well right now. Like, it's because I'm, like, on a mission to, like, finish this thing, so I keep trying to, like, stay up. Because, like, every day there's, like, the only way I can get something done, like, it's just, like, every day there's, like, 3 or 4 things that, like, if I don't sit down for, like, 6 hours, I just don't, like, if I don't sit down for a prolonged period of time, I don't really get much done because, I don't know. So if like, I work for, like, 2 hours, and then something distracts me for, like, 2 hours, and then I get back to it and work another hour, and then something, like, I have to go do something, I might as well have been, like, getting, I don't know, I might as well have been, like, getting hammered, or, like, doing, like, something completely different, because I don't really get much done, like, in terms of, like, programming, if I don't, like, spend, like, it's why, like, like, if I was going to do a startup or an app, I shouldn't, like, I shouldn't be, like, the technical lead, because I can't, especially if it's, like, an app. It'd be different if it was, like, some kind of, like, algorithm or some kind of, like, back-end service or something, but, or if it was, like, setting up the infrastructure or, you know, stuff like that, but that's not where, like, that's not where my strength is, really. Everybody, like, glorifies creative people, but, like, try and get a job, like, as a creative person with, like, no experience in anything else. Like, they don't hire for that. Like, nobody's like, I don't know, maybe I could be, like, the chief creative officer or something. I don't know. I thought about applying to this, like, Zapier job, like a Zapier product manager. Yeah, I would probably be a pretty good product manager because I know enough about, like, technology to, like, interface with engineers and, like, be able to, like, understand, like, how much, like, how long something's going to take, why it would be taking a long time, like, you know, a bit of an oversimplification. I've never been on, like, unemployment, which that's, like, I definitely regret that now. I just didn't think I would need it. I always thought success was gonna be like a month or two away. Because I like actually believed in myself, like and it's just so frustrating to like move out to an area, be like have your hopes like so high that it's gonna be like it's gonna be completely different this time. It's gonna be like a total 180. It's gonna be like forget about everything that happened. This is your fresh start. This happened to me like 4 times. Like over the course of like 4 or 5 years, like it's. Anyways. I don't know how I got on that kick. Oh jeez, it's like 5:20 and I typed like 3 lines of code. And I definitely don't know what to do for this. Like, I'm trying to like pass in like metadata that would tell me like how to take the options. Like, so if I do like let options equal like image.options, I would take like some like subset of like the options and like merge it up. But it's not a merge, and it's like a very specific thing. It's like kind of really weird. If that was like vertex, desk options or whatever. But like in some cases, like I still need, I can't just like, pass this thing as is. That's why I really have to like separate the tuple. The tuple's dumb. I thought it was cool. Like I was like, oh, like everybody uses tuples. I should use the tuple. I kind of wanted to use the tuples because like I thought like because I was thinking like, oh, you know the options describe the structure of elements, or the options describe how to find certain elements in the tuples or in the container map. So I should probably like keep these things together. Why don't I use a tuple? Dumb. It is. I hate it when I do stuff like that. I really hope that I didn't do that on the other set of nodes that I have. Good. Yeah, this is what it should look like. And I guess another reason I wanted to do it was so that I didn't have to type this all the time, like everywhere. It doesn't need the... What's up, Psychro? You see it, left the room. So what kind of work do you do? I guess I'm gonna go ahead and I would like branch a lot more, but like the things I'm doing is not kind of stuff that I do is not really well defined enough to do that. Is there like another name for like something that you use for dependency injection? I really don't like the word container. I use it all the time and it is really annoying. There's no good way to like abbreviate it. This is based on Typhoon. Oh wow, this one looks really good. This one also looks I like the one that I'm using now because it's much better than the one that I have to replace. Oh shit. Watch this one like parse from XML or something, and like it already does like everything that I'm trying to do. Oh great. Probably does. I should have looked at the options. The reason I didn't was because like formerly it was like all Objective C, which actually makes it slightly more flexible in some ways. Yes, the API. Take me to your API. Take us to your API. Component factory. Oh snap! I just want to know like what I can call this. A bundle, bundle resource, maybe. I just want another word for it. I would actually like to also check out this dependency injection library. Because, I mean, look at that. Like, oh, that looks cool. Look at that thing. Look how cool that looks. The pictures. These guys have, like, a graphic design budget. Yeah, it's Swift. Although I really did like the simplicity of the other one. You really don't want to have to learn another thing. Especially when it's like so similar to the thing that I just now learned. It's kind of like having to like learn a lot of languages. It really is. Except you can't talk to anybody with these languages. You can only talk to computers. Like acting cynical, but I'm not like. Yes, auto injection is like very awesome and very dangerous. Can I like? What? It really sucks. They dropped XML support. Ah. This is like hilarious. Oh, I don't do DI. I use Swizzling class clusters. Oh, wow. That actually sounds a lot like what I wrote at first. Basically like a Swizzling class cluster. Fuck. It's still pretty bad. No macros, blah blah blah. But can I just get a high level overview of like the stuff? What is swizzling? I mean, I've heard of texture swizzling. Whoa. I think I just realized what texture swizzling is. Is that really what that is? does that mean that like you're serializing like object or serializing like vertex data into textures along with like metadata in some kind of like format? Because that sounds like that would be what it is. I thought it was just like using blit operations with like stuff. Anytime you're accessing higher rank arrays in a spatially coherent manner with without any directional bias, bit interleaving only works the power of 2 dimensions. Yeah, it says you can play this trick with only some slices of lower bits. It's called tiling. So the scientific computing people also do it. I guess like when they do like sparse matrices. And I guess, I mean, I want to do stuff with like, I want to do stuff with like sub meshes, which are just like buffers. Tiling, you just chop the image up into smaller subrectangles of m by n pixels. And m and n are always powers of 2, and so holy shit. Like worried about like cache hit rates in the GPU. Probably pretty important because I don't know how GPU cache is like tiered, but I do know that like you can add some directives for your graphics processor functions, like your kernel functions and your shaders. And when you add those directives, you allow the processor to make certain assumptions, like this thing is not going to change. Like you don't have to worry about writing to this thing because it's constant. Like constant device, constant address space and stuff like that is important to know about. And also, there's other like optimizations that I haven't really used yet, I'm assuming, but if you can like assume that like memory, that like a operation that's distributed across like 2 to the 10 processors or whatever, like 1,000 different processors, and that each processor has like several layers of cache memory, and that like its fastest cache is like the first tier of memory that it can hit, but that's also the smallest. Then if you can like ensure that the size, man, that's hard to really, man, that is really hard to control. Like fairly good about at like thinking about this stuff. What kind of programming are you hoping to study? What do you want to build? So the injector introduces services into the client. Often it also constructs the client. Oops. Okay. It involves 4 roles. The service objects to be used. The client object is depending. Okay, that's obvious. It's like whatever thing is making the function calls. The interfaces that define how it may use the services, and the injector, which is responsible for constructing the services and injecting them in the client. So that's the container. The service object. So any object that may be used is considered a service. Any object that uses blah 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 can be considered a client. So yeah, I can just like call those things injectors. It's great because I really don't like. I can't really. But that's cool. I definitely recommend like HTML and JavaScript, or start with like HTML and CSS. And then kind of like proceed to JavaScript, because you can always write code like right inside the browser, and you can always like write like a file on your computer or something like and open it up, and like you can like work with the HTML, and you can also like write like scripts, and you can easily like test that stuff out without really having to download any kind of dependencies because it all runs in the browser. Or you can do it in the console. But like learning like JavaScript and HTML and CSS are definitely important. And JavaScript's like a really good language to know because it's really functional. So but best way to learn like early on is to like challenge yourself with like a large project or something, or maybe not even a large project, but like a smaller like quick project, and you can challenge yourself with like building like a game, or you can find like some like small thing that you need to like automate or something. Like say receive a if you receive an email from someone, you want to like automatically like add a calendar appointment or something. You can pretty much do that with JavaScript, I think, or like writing a chat bot or something like that is another great way to get started. That's another good project to kind of take on and figure out how to like parse parse like grammar from like a language or something, and that's pretty advanced really, but just by like thinking about those projects or thinking just by like thinking about problems like that like early on, you can really like kind of like form like the right way of thinking about like about this problem, so that like later on they're really easy to like reason about. It's the same thing with math. Like if you learn like something like the higher level math, like especially like set theory and stuff like that, like early on, then it just makes everything so much easier. It's important to have like fun with it. So like building a video game or an app is a great way to like show off like what you've done for someone else. Like if all you do is learn algorithms or learn about programming languages, like it's hard to show that to someone else. But if you have like a video game that you made, then it's really easy to show that off to someone else. So you kind of like demonstrate what you've done, and like it's really fulfilling to like build something with programming and have someone else like enjoy using it, and have someone like kind of develop a need for it. That's really fulfilling. Like so. What was I doing? Oh, I was getting ready to change all of this stuff. Okay. So I replaced that. I no longer have a need for this. Let me comment this out. It's going to be a lot easier to work with this in this way, which sucks because now I have to go back and refactor everything before, like, ah. Oh, shit. All right, here we go. And if you have any questions about anything, feel free to ask me. Because I don't know, I'm a pretty good teacher. So, I should be able to remove the dependency on the key, I think. Mm. Well, it should not mutate anything. Well, not convert. Hmm. See, if I change this to, instead of like modifying the options, returning the library object that I'm interested in, then I have to like, it's not that big of a deal if I only go through like one level of abstraction. Like, I'll call the resolve metal library function and then go to the resolve metal device function. That's not that big of a deal because I don't have to like worry about like messing around with the options very much. The problem is really when I have to go through several layers of abstraction, because for several reasons I have to like reformat the structure of the options, and then also I can't really like bubble up the things that I return from like the lower levels. Kind of annoying. Unless like I return like a tree and then like zip it up the tree or something. And in Swift 3.0, you can't mutate variables that are passed into functions. that kind of sucks. I don't know, like, I actually would like to use immutable variables most of the time. Sometimes it's just nice to be able to like modify something that comes in a function, and it leaves the function as it's been modified. Right now I'm just going to do this because I can't stand, like, I can't really think right now. I've been up for too long, and I've written like 3 lines of code, and sometimes like it would be really nice to just have somebody to ask for advice, and you're just like, hey, should I do it this way? And then they're like, no, that's stupid. What are you doing? You're gonna waste like 40 to 80 hours of time. Don't do that. And I'd be like, okay, wow, thanks for saving all that time, because like I totally would have made that mistake and wasted a ton of time. But thanks to your wonderful advice, I didn't waste all that time. Although it's really hard to find people who have advice on like how to structure like algorithms and data structures for graphics, especially when it's like bleeding edge new. But this is like the problem that I'm running into right now is not really related to graphics or some bleeding edge technology. It's really related to like algorithms and data structures, and like as they're implemented in like functional programming. Man, this is fucking... Another way to do it is to like, I guess that's a good way to do it, is to like construct a set of options such that you call everything in the right order. That is really like irritating. And like I'm so bent on doing something like different than other people. Like I could be using like Unity or SceneKit or just like core image for what I wanted to do, but also another reason that like I didn't actually want to like develop the app that I was working on is because it's like so tightly integrated with like Hollywood and the entertainment industry, and like I just don't like, I don't know, like I don't know if that's really gonna like, I don't know if that bird's gonna fly. If you don't know, now you know. Another life advice and aphorisms of Biggie Smalls. I mean, I still kind of want to just finish this app just because it's like, this is a pretty cool idea. Even though I'm gonna have to like do some like, I'm gonna have to do like an impressive like creative magical like patent dance to ward off the patent trolls. Fucking assholes like sit on all the patents and then they don't even know, like they don't even know what to do with them. You try to like ask them like, hey, can I like use that patent you got there? And they're like, no. You need a lawyer. Like, well, I don't really know if I can afford a lawyer to build a business. It works the other way around. They're like, no, we don't care. You don't have money. And that's like better case scenario. Worst case scenario is like you're working on a project or you have a great idea and you don't have the resources to patent it by the time you finish it. Like, so there you got it. I guess I'm just going to return the object. So like missing something here. I guess this is only required if this would be a little bit more clear if I rearrange this split up the behavior instead of using the ternary operator. Because I might be able to do this with like a generic function. Maybe. It would be awesome if I could. I just gotta like think through like each case. But I don't really need the device until I have to create a library. If I don't have to create the library, then I don't have to worry about the device. Man, I hate, like, I love it when autocomplete works, but I hate it when I have to, like, anticipate autocomplete popping up and, like, trying to, like, suggest something. Because I just have to, like, anticipate that, like, when I'm done typing a line, I can't hit enter. I've got to wait a second and, like, watch something. I hate, like, having to, like, visually, like, coordinate, like, activity on the screen is irritating. Like, if I can do something without having to, like, think about some visual, like, some visually coordinated process, that's, like, magical. And so, like, when I type a line, like, if I do, like, device dot, like, I just do it the same line above. I mean, I don't know, it does it sometimes when I'm typing really fast, and I just have to be like, okay, go ahead and do your, like, autocomplete thing and pop up and, like, ruin my whole day, I guess. I mean, not really. It's really not that big of a deal. So this is pretty much the same thing. I don't know if it'll really. I'm thinking like if I refactored it into a generic function, like it might work like 30% of the time. I just don't know if whatever. I'm really like jealous of like Steve Jobs. He just like had like teams of people, and he was like, you know, it'd be cool, like if you guys like tried this, like this idea, and then like they would go build it. I'm thinking like, you know, it'd be like really cool, like if I like tried to build this idea. It's like 300 hours later, like, well, Somebody else probably like got paid to build it by them. It's fucking annoying. I could do this without taking so much time. I wish I could use Emacs, at least for some stuff. It just seems to be though, like, if you don't really commit to Emacs. Fuck. I thought I was replacing stuff. Nope. Seems to be though, if you don't really commit to Emacs, like, you're wasting your time. And if you don't like work with someone who's like experienced with it, that's another big one. It's like when your Emacs breaks, you can be like, why the fuck doesn't this work? And they can just tell you in like 5 seconds. It's not an epic journey across the internets. It like wastes all your time. This was so fucking annoying. As much as I complain about it, like, here I am spending all my time doing, like, doing the exact thing that I complain about. I really had hoped that I would get the XSD to work, and like in hindsight, like while it seemed like a terrible idea to continue investing time in it, now it seems like it would have been a great idea. I'm just glad that I get to keep a variable named Ninja, because it sounds like ninja. I think it describes me pretty well. I mean, you know, it describes qualities of my code pretty well. Yeah, I admire Steve Jobs, but I mean, I don't know. A lot of people like try to say like he wasn't really that instrumental, or he didn't really know like what he's doing. Like he definitely did. He like and he knew how to like work with other people who like just knew everything about their field. And he knew how to like identify people who did that. And he knew how to like not, I don't know. He knew how to like pursue an idea to like its like idealistic perfection, and how to like fight for an idea or fight for something that had been idealized, and like and fight for an idea that kind of had like some like rough edges, I guess, but that that had some like, I don't know, benefit to it that would be completely lost if you went for like the mass market approach. So like, even though some like there's like some things about Apple products that people who don't use them very often don't like, or they find like different, like I found that like as soon as like after I'd use like an Apple like a after I'd used Mac OS if I could just talk, after I had used OS X for like 2 or 3 months, like I didn't ever want to like go back to using anything else, just because it was like so like pristine and quick and like simple and like focused on applications, and not like Windows is like focused on Windows. Like it's focused on like literally like Windows, like these like things that you can like move around, and applications can have like lots of them. And whereas like I really like how OS X like groups like things into different applications, and each application is like completely isolated from others. I mean, a lot has changed since I've used Windows, I guess, but there's like I don't know, like look at all the other like computer companies out there that are like exactly the same, like Toshiba, Dell, Asus. Those are just ones that I can think of, and they're pretty much the same. Like you buy like they like structure their products so that they can price them slightly differently, and so that like their product will be like marketable, so you will buy it. Like, and that's what they're focused on, is like creating like a marketable product. Like, and Apple is focused on creating a marketable product too, but in a different way. I just noticed that like, I don't know, like if you walk around Best Buy, like look at like the stickers, like the labels for the like laptops, and like you'll notice that like different ones like have like state like different specs about different laptops, or at least the last time that I looked, they did. And so, but the point is like there will be like Best Buy kind of like labels the different laptops in such a way that like they are marketed to different kinds of consumers, so that like a certain kind of consumer will like walk by like a laptop, and like they'll see the specs of the laptop that like resonate with them for whatever reason, and usually like those laptops like have like they have like 7 out of the 10 things that you need for like a great laptop, or maybe they even have like 9 out of 10 things that you need for a great laptop. But somewhere along the lines, they like cut some corners so they could reduce the price, and then they focused on like these like marketable aspects of it, and like drew your attention away from like the aspects of it that like make a particular model like not so great, like so that you would buy it. And also like every like MacBook Pro pretty much like looks the same. Like every MacBook looks the same. Like every iPhone has a consistent design and layout, or has a consistent like external design and like user interface. And there's a lot of like product companies and hardware companies out there that like wouldn't even consider doing that, because they have to like they're so concerned with like getting market share and stuff that they're willing to like do whatever it takes and make whatever changes it requires to make their products like seem more appealing to other customers. And so like they're like, you'll notice like the form factor of their products will change often, and like the look of their products will change often, and like Apple just picked with like a look, and they like the look of the MacBook Pros. They picked that like 10 years ago, or like I mean, it really hasn't. It's changed a little bit, like, but ever since the unibody MacBook Pros came out, like, they've been like pretty much the same ever since, and they're not like apologetic about it. They're not like, sorry guys, like our laptops look the same this year. Sorry we didn't like add like stickers on our laptops. Like they like picked a design that they liked that was like simple. And that's the thing about like the design is like simple. The design is like it's minimalistic and it like doesn't like draw attention to itself. And I think that's because like Apple realizes it makes a good product, so they don't have to like add like bells or whistles or whatever. And it's like a solid product. Like I'm like sitting here with like a laptop I bought 5 years ago, and I'm using that in conjunction with the one that I bought like 2 years ago. I mean, before Apple, like I never really could expect a laptop to like really remain functional like for more than like 2 or 3 years. Like after like the 2 year mark, it was just like that thing is obsolescent. It's done, but not. You know, I mean, and then some people like complain about the price point, like, oh, like, you know, and I'm not trying to like make, you know, I'm not. Some people can't afford a laptop like this, but I'm not trying to say anything bad about that. I'm saying like, there's people who just complain about the price point of Apple laptops just because like that's something they feel like they can like diss. But the fact of the matter is like I bought that one 5 years ago and I still use it like almost every day. I bought this one like 2 or 3 years ago and I still use it every day. Like you really can't beat that. Like this one over here is giving me some problems with like the monitor or something. Like it won't connect to an external monitor and it cuts off or something. But I think it's actually the monitor. The monitor is like 10 years old. So the point is like you can't beat like, and then iPhone is like their design is like it's literally like it's like an apex design. Like they were able to get a patent on the design because like, and not, you know, and they didn't try to, I mean, they also try to protect the design through other means, but not other companies can't get a patent on a phone design normally. And the only reason Apple got the patent on the phone design is because it's like the apex design. It's like it's the only phone that has like one button, and that's just like you can't there's like a specific reason they went about creating a device that just has, you know, one button. It's for like simplicity of the user interface. It was like designed so that like the user interface was like appealing and like easily learned by anyone. Like that's why it only has one button. I mean, they like added a couple other like things, but like it's beside the point. It's beside the button. Like otherwise, like if Apple decided there should be two buttons there, they couldn't really patent that. And like people are trying to like say that like I kind of laughed at the like talk about like Apple not having the GPU power to like run VR, like because like 2 days later or like a week later, and obviously Oculus knows what they're doing. Like Palmer Luckey has been like working on VR for like 10 years. And like Palmer Luckey like just like knew like this is exactly the graphical like power that is required for like usable VR or for marketable like consumer VR. Marketable, affordable consumer VR. Like I'm like assuming that the guy like looked into like studies about like usability, about like side effects of prolonged VR usage, all kinds of stuff like that I have no idea. And then after like iterating on the product, they arrived at like 90 hertz at like 2K or something, which is ridiculous. But 90 hertz is required to like prevent nausea and prevent like motion sickness and prevent disorientation and like that allows the device to be used for longer periods of time, which is very important. Like the period of time that a consumer is willing to use your product is like incredibly important for technology. In fact, that is like what drives like the technology. That's what like drives like the app economy. Like the time that like someone is willing to invest in your app every day. That is where like that is how your customer derives value from your product, and that's how you derive like the mutually beneficial like relation, or that's how you derive the value from your end of the mutually beneficial relationship. Like you get value from the customer using your app, they get value from using your app somehow, and so if you can increase the number of or if you increase the amount of time that someone spends on your application, then like that's always good. More is definitely better there. If you operate like some kind of like platform, like Google has like Chrome, like Google figured out like like people hate those stupid like search bar add-on like pieces of shit that get like stuck in your fucking browser, and they were like, why do people hate that so much? And then they like realize like, oh, like because it like cuts down the screen space of that's available in your browser. Well, like we should like minimize this screen space required for a user interface on a browser. And then they were like, oh, you know what? That would also help for like advertisement revenue, because if we like increase the screen space available to the browser, then that increases the probability that like a consumer would like see one of the ads that like are on a web page that maybe we make money from, like. And so if we increase the probability that someone would see an ad that we serve, or that maybe one of our competitors serves, who knows, then sounds like the next step is profit. And so that was like one, like the addressing some like user interface issues was like one reason behind like Google going with or developing Chrome, which like back in like 2007 or 2008 when I first heard about it, that was kind of a surprise to me. But then like as soon as I thought about it, like kind of like made sense. I was like, oh, and I like read some articles that kind of explained what I just did. But well, it appears that I'm just in here like talking about like consumer products and whatnot, and why different companies have made different design decisions, and what I think about them, and kind of like why it's important to like recognize like the like subtle like orthogonal like factors that like indirectly like feed your like revenue streams, or like there's like little things that like really make a huge difference, and like sometimes they're like just completely overlooked. Like the screen space that's available on your browser is like a great example of that. Because before Chrome, like people just didn't try to like, that wasn't even like, no one tried to do that. No one tried to like specifically like tailor the user interface to like maximize the renderable screen, the renderable like screen space available to the user in a browser. No one really tried to do that. And like the way Google set up the Chrome browser user interface is just like they like meticulously like skinned the application to be uniform across all platforms specifically, and as they It took a lot of time and effort to do that. And they did a great job with it. As soon as I used the Chrome browser, I just really never looked back. And it was open source. You just really can't beat all that. You really can't. I mean, you probably can now. I mean, you could, like, imitate them. But you know what? VR changes the game. VR completely revolutionizes, like, all aspects of user interface. Design is going to be revolutionized. Design is, like... And there's tons of people who know this. Like, I'm not, like... I'm sure, like, a quarter of the population of, like, San Francisco is, like, well aware of, like, almost exactly how VR is going to, like, transform, like, the browser and the user interface and stuff like this. Like, I could, like, seriously talk about stuff like this for, like, hours. Which is kind of why, like, I'm streaming to my YouTube as well, so that, like, pretty much anything I say gets, like, backed up, which is kind of nice. It's pretty cool. And then... Anyways, I'm, like, kind of working on this. I'm, like, I had to go back and refactor the interface and stuff, so, like, I had to go back and refactor the function headers. It's kind of, like, it kind of sucks, but whatever. I'm definitely, like, a Ruby programmer that's pretty obvious. I learned Ruby and I love the language, but I have, like, so many bad habits from, like, you're just, like, so, and it's not a problem with Ruby, it's, like, more of, like, a problem with, like, scripting languages in general. You can just do whatever the fuck you want, so you don't have to, like, worry about anything. So cannot convert value of blah 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 blah. Huh? No, that's not right. Shh. What's it talking about? Is this still, like, using the wrong thing or something? Ugh. I don't understand. And I hate it when if you subtly change the method signature, like, oh no, the, like, autocomplete doesn't, or the syntax parsing fucks up. It's so annoying. Like, oh, but it works, like, now. Like, see, like, how that, like, jumped? Like, jumps. But watch. I'll change this. Or maybe... Yeah, I'll, like, delete this. That won't work. Anyway, so I'll just delete that. And, like, now it's like, oh no, I can't find... Like, it doesn't even try. Like, it could try. This could be a feature. It could still try to, like, be like, oh, well, like, I know there's no function called resolve metal device that has no parameters, but hey, look, here's a function with the same name, and there's no other functions with that name. It must be this one. I should go to that one instead of, like, throw up a stupid question mark. I'm just critiquing Xcode, and I'm playing Product Manager, maybe? Not really. Well, I'm interested in Swiffer Web. I'm actually interested in Swift all around because I like the language and it interacts with like if I want to do something like really low level, then I can just like dig into C or something, maybe. And it works on like OS X and Linux, and probably would work under like Cygwin or something. I don't know. I should probably change the description of what I'm working on because I haven't actually touched graphics. Not in all. I haven't touched graphics since I started writing the graphics library, ironically. It was like writing a graphics app. So what do you work with? I haven't actually tried out, like when I switch back to Linux, like I'm gonna switch to Linux, and which reminds me, I went to like the VT hacks like hackathon and like mysteriously, guess what? My Linux installation doesn't work anymore. It's like fucking sucks. So I'm about to switch to Linux again. Maybe, I don't know, I might stick around in OS X. But I've got like a project to work on in C. It's like, surprise, there's like some other little like bump that I run over that wastes my time. It seems to be a common theme. Like, just like I have to like constantly think like about like how something is going to affect the time that I have remaining. Possibly. I don't know. It depends on what it is. But I'm definitely open to hearing about something. I mean, I don't know. What kind of project are you working on? Oh, I think so. Um, let me check it out. Oh yeah, yeah. Do you need some kind of like API? And let's see. What stats kind of like drive the matchmaking service? Because that's actually like depending on like the level of traffic, that's actually it can be pretty difficult. Depending on like what kinds of like performance requirements you have and like cool. Um, yeah. I'm like fairly well versed with Linux. Like I've built like the kernel and I don't know. I've worked a lot with it. And Okay, yeah. And so, what like how would I access the information for the like the stats that would like drive the matchmaking? Um, I guess I don't know how like a third party server would work with Counter Strike. So I need to look into that more. How would so if someone is like playing on your Counter Strike server, uh, do you get information about like all the games that they play, or just the games that they play on your server? And do you get other information about games that they have played in the past? Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Okay. So that integrates. And so I guess what we would be building is like something that integrates with Steam as an API or as an application, I guess. And oh, I see. And so we can get information about like the games that they played on Steam. And so yes. So when they connect to your server, you're gonna use the Steam like the Steam like analytics, or like you're gonna use information data returned from the Steam API to find the best like matches that are currently available. And is the matchmaking server designed to be like it's designed to be separate from the actual game servers though, right? I mean that would definitely make sense. Like if you're worried about throughput, then that would definitely be the case. Oh yeah, yeah. We were talking about like building like a matchmaking service on CS:GO. I see. I'm looking up Archon. Um, okay, so the information is retrieved over a socket. I guess that would definitely help for throughput. Oh, sorry, Jtron. I just I'm using Swift and Metal to build the 3D graphics library. So simple front end. I mean, it sounds like a pretty cool project. Uh, so what, I mean, is this like is this like a contract gig, or is this like a personal project of yours, or I mean, either way, we can talk more about it. I can give you my email address. Mm. Uh, uh, okay, cool. Now I'll open up Skype in just a second. Actually, I'm gonna have to look more into the Archon prototype. Alright, that's cool. I just gotta get connected real quick. Sorry, I'm like a little bit tired at the moment, so. I have not used Skype since they changed the interface. Man. Yeah, I want to add a contact. Why is this hard? Ugh. I gotta hurry up and get back to this stuff and accomplish some things. Oh. No, I failed. There we go. Alright, basically I just need to finish the generate functions for like a few of these. Not needing the render pipeline stuff. That looks complete. That doesn't have any dependencies. Oh no, man. It shouldn't feel like that. Maybe I don't have carpal tunnel. Well,